Ms. Arias, please take the stand.
If we would just ask that, as customary, I guess, that the jury be asked about media coverage today.
Yes. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have any of you seen any coverage of this case in the media? Did you hear anything, see anything? Did anyone talk to you about this case? If so, please raise your hand. I see no hands. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand? Yes. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Jodi.
Good morning.
Last week, when we ended, we were speaking about the gift you received for Valentine's Day from Mr. Alexander in 2007. And one of the things we talked about you receiving, we talked about you receiving a few things, but showing you exhibit number 417, the package you received contained this t-shirt and this pair of shorts or underwear, right?
Yes. Yes.
Would you be, is there a story behind this, or why you received these particular items?
There's a story behind the t-shirt. The shorts were unexpected.
Okay. Well, tell us, what's the story behind the t-shirts?
Well, sometimes Travis would come out to California and we would go to Super Saturdays in Anaheim together. And I was new, so there were people that would introduce me to other people in the company, and if it was a man, he always wanted to know what we were talking about. He would be very inquisitive, and he started making this joke that said, "I'm going to get you a t-shirt that says Travis Alexander so you can wear it to all the prepaid legal events."
And this was the shirt that he had, as you say, joked about, right?
Yeah, we just joked about it. He joked about it occasionally. He would bring it up. He didn't attend all of the Super Saturdays in California, so sometimes I would go, and he would inquire what happened, who I met, that kind of thing. And so it was a joke that came up occasionally from December through January.
Okay. Now, you were telling us last week that the other item you received from Mr. Alexander was some Spider-Man underwear. To be clear, could you describe it for us? Was this one pair? Was this several pairs?
It was a package. I don't remember how many were in the package, but there were 3 designs, like 3 styles. I mean, they were all the same cut, but they had 3 different patterns. They were all Spider-Man.
And to your recollection, this package of underwear that we're talking about, did this say, because women's or girls or boys, what did it say on it?
I don't remember the size, but they were definitely for little boys. I thought maybe he was,
Objection, speculation.
Okay. When you saw this package of underwear, were you surprised?
I was a little confused.
Okay. And did you talk to Mr. Alexander on the, what day did you receive this package? Do you recall?
I think it was on Valentine's Day, or maybe a day or two before or after. It was right on the holiday or right near it.
Okay. And did you speak with Mr. Alexander the day that you received this gift?
Yes.
Apart from being confused, did you feel anything else other than confusion when you received this boy's underwear?
No, at the time I received Victoria's Secret catalogs at my house, and there was this trend in women's lingerie at the time that kind of had boys' briefs, boys-styled briefs or men's-styled briefs, but they were designed for women's bodies. So I figured, and he also received Victoria's Secret catalogs, so I figured maybe it was something to that effect, and he didn't understand the difference in body shapes, and I thought that he was kind of going with that trend. That was my thought, was
Okay.
giving him the benefit of the doubt.
When you talked to him that day, did he explain to you, well, first of all, after speaking with him, was there any doubt that he sent those to you intentionally?
After speaking to him, no, there was no doubt.
And why do you say that?
Well, I called him and we discussed what I received and kind of laughed about it, and then I said, "What's with the Spideys?" I called them Spideys. And
Objection, hearsay, she's going to tell us what it said.
She certainly hasn't done that.
All right. Ask another question.
Did he wish you to wear this underwear?
yes,
Is this something that fit on your body?
he asked me to try them on while he was on the phone.
Objection, not responsive.
It's not his objection, Your Honor. It's improper.
Overruled. Ask another question.
He wanted you to try on these boys' underwear.
Yes,
And did they fit?
the seat of the underwear fit, but the leg holes, the openings were too small. They were really tight.
Okay. Was he pretty, did you advise him that they didn't fit?
I just told him the leg openings were very tight.
Objection, not responsive. Hearsay.
It's exactly responsive and it's not hearsay.
All right, overruled. The answer will stand.
Even though they did not fit, was there a continued insistence on Mr. Alexander's part that you try on or that you make accommodations with that underwear so you could wear them?
Yes, he suggested a few ideas.
Objection, hearsay.
Ask another question.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, Circuit Judge.
I understand. Ask another question.
Did you have to make alterations to the underwear in order to get them to fit?
Yes,
Did Travis encourage you to make these alterations?
yes,
Did he, as you could tell, express gratification when you had that pair of underwear on?
yes.
How so?
Objection, lack of foundation. When?
Sustained.
When you were talking on the phone with him, and he insisted that you tried on these boys' underwear that didn't fit you because you're not a little boy, did he express gratification when you had them on your body?
Yes.
How so?
He said that's hot.
Objection, hearsay.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter, sir.
The answer will stand.
He said that's hot.
Yes,
Did he explain why that was hot?
No, I didn't ask him.
How did you feel wearing these boys' underwear?
Well, not hot. I felt kind of silly.
Okay. Did the conversation continue at that point in time?
Yeah, for a little bit it did.
Was it sexual in nature?
Yes, somewhat.
Did he express an intention to use these underwear, or have you wear these underwear during a future sexual interaction?
Yes.
How did you feel about that?
I was a little confused, but I was trying to be open-minded.
Trying to what?
Be open-minded.
This sexual interaction that was discussed on the phone regarding you wearing the boys' underwear, did that interaction ever take place?
Yes.
And when did that take place, as best you can recall?
Throughout our relationship, mostly after we broke up.
Do you remember the first time that this took place? How much later was it from Valentine's Day that these underwear were used in your sexual encounters with him?
It was several months. Sometime I kept conveniently forgetting to bring them when I went to his house.
Okay.
It was after I moved to Mesa.
Okay. And before we get to the time period we moved to Mesa, I want to focus on this time period. At this time period, in February 2007, you have not had penile vaginal intercourse with Mr. Alexander, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. As it relates to Mr. Alexander's temper, had he been violent with you before February of 2007?
No.
Had you seen instances of his temper prior to February 2007?
Yes.
Describe for us, if you could, one of those instances that was powerful to you.
Well, it was over the phone. I guess I heard it rather than saw it, but he was...
Ask for a foundation.
Over the phone, do you remember when this conversation was, other than prior to February of 2007?
It would have been around the same time, just before Valentine's Day.
Okay. So you're speaking with Mr. Alexander just before Valentine's Day 2007, and since you're on the phone, you're hearing examples of temper, not seeing them, right?
Yes.
Is he yelling at you?
He's yelling on the phone, but not angry at me.
Okay. Why was that impactful on you?
Well, he was very apologetic about it afterward. He seemed a little ashamed.
Objection, she was asked why it affected her, not what he did afterwards.
How did it affect you, Jodi?
It just made me realize that he still had a temper. It was something he had discussed in the past that he used to have, more in his teens, and that he had mastered it and had control over it, so.
Okay. In addition to this conversation where you heard instances of his temper prior to February 2007. Did you physically see an instances of his temper prior to February 2007?
No.
We just talked about how in February 2007 you had not had sexual intercourse with Mr. Alexander, penile vaginal intercourse. But you did eventually, right?
Yes.
Do you remember what point in time that first encounter happened?
It was in the spring 2007. I think it was in May.
Where were you when this first happened?
I was in his bed.
In his bed where?
In his bedroom in his house in Mesa.
Okay. Tell us what happened.
We fell asleep. And I woke up and he was on top of me. And he had already penetrated and started having sex with me.
Okay. Let's back up a step. That night, you said you were asleep. That night before you fell asleep, did you engage in sexual activity with Mr. Alexander?
No.
Okay. Was he seeking sexual activity that night before you fell asleep?
No, we had prayed about our actions and tried to be more, you try to be more like in line with the law of chastity, just be less physical.
So that night, you and Travis pray. Was there any particular about not violating the law of chastity, right?
Yes, but we didn't pray that night. We prayed prior to that night, recently.
Okay. What motivated that prayer that preceded this sexual intercourse? Was there one particular instance that motivated such a prayer?
I would hear things occasionally in church that didn't sound like they were in line with how Travis explained it to me. So I asked him one time, and as I understood it after we talked, that those standards are in place to prevent people from going all the way. So as long as we're not going all the way, it's okay if we sort of tread in the gray area, as long as we don't go all the way.
Okay. And when you say all the way, that means penile vaginal intercourse?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure we're clear here because it got a little confusing. That night before you fell asleep and woke up with him inside you, no sexual activity took place?
Not prior to that.
Okay. And were you clothed when you went to sleep?
Yes, I was in pajamas.
Okay. And what you told us was you woke up with him inside you.
Yes.
Okay. Had he talked about having penile vaginal intercourse with you before this event?
No.
Is it something that you desired?
Maybe not on a conscious level. It wasn't anything I was actively seeking. We were trying to abstain from it.
Okay. Because at this point in time, your mindset was that you both wanted to comport with the vow of chastity, at least as to what your understanding of it was. Is that right?
Somewhat, yes. I wanted to comport with the law of chastity because I believed that our relationship would be blessed if we did that.
When you say you woke up with him inside you, do you recall, were you dressed?
I wore cotton shorts to sleep, and they were gone, and my shirt was pulled up pretty high.
Okay. When you came to, what was happening? When you woke up, what was happening?
He was in the act
In the act of what?
of vaginal sex.
When you woke up, how did you react?
Well, it took me a second to orient myself, and I realized it was Travis, so I didn't feel unsafe or anything. My first thought was, uh-oh, because it wasn't the act itself that I was worried about, but how it would affect our relationship or the spiritual consequences of it.
Did you give consideration to the fact that he was having sex with you when you didn't want him to?
Objection to pass on evidence.
She just said she wasn't seeking it.
Rephrase the question.
Did you want him to penetrate your vagina with his penis while you were sleeping?
It's nothing I had thought about.
Okay. So when you woke up and you found him penetrating your vagina with his penis, your concern was primarily the vow of chastity, right? Or the law of chastity, excuse me,
The consequences.
the consequences. Did you give thought to the idea that this man was having sex with you while you were not conscious?
No, I didn't give thought to that idea. I felt kind of
Objection.
responsible. Sorry.
How did you feel?
I felt like I was partially responsible because I went to sleep next to him. I was wearing cute shorts, a little t-shirt, so, I mean, we might have fallen asleep cuddling, I don't remember. But I just felt like being in his bed, you know, sleeping there, that it wasn't entirely his fault, like maybe it was invited.
Okay. Invited just by you being there, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you woke up, did you tell him to stop?
I don't think I said stop.
What do you recall happening after you woke up?
I said his name, and I remember he was on top of me and behind me. I was on my stomach, and he was kind of heavy, so I started to squirm a little bit to get out from underneath him, and I think, well, he began to quicken his pace, and finally I don't know if it pushed him off of him or I scooted out from under him, and he rolled over and pulled me on top of him and then started pushing my head and my shoulders under the covers.
He was pushing your head and shoulders under the covers for what purpose?
Well, I presumed oral sex.
Did he ask for oral sex? Did he verbally say anything to that effect?
No, no words were spoken.
Did you perform oral sex upon him afterwards?
Yes.
Why?
We had already been intimate before, so it wasn't anything new on that level, at least. And, well, you know, he's turned on and just wanted to, I guess, to finish it.
What was that?
I guess I just wanted to follow through with, you know,
Follow through with what he started when you were asleep?
yes, what his aim was, I guess.
What's that?
I just wanted to let him finish.
Why was that important to you?
He had complained in the past about, he complained about blue balls and how painful it was if he has a sustained erection and doesn't ejaculate. That's my understanding of it anyway.
Okay. But I have to ask, Jodi, this man has had sex with you while you were asleep, or you certainly weren't in a position to say yes or no. why would you care about his physical condition?
At that point, I knew that I loved him and I cared about him, so it felt kind of natural, even if it was frustrating.
Okay. After this sexual intercourse and this activity took place, did you ever confront him about what he had done?
No, we actually never talked about it.
Why not?
Well, he never brought it up, and I guess I just didn't have like the moral courage to bring it up and say, hey, what happened, kind of thing.
Why not simply pack your bags, hop in your car, and drive back to Palm Desert?
Because I enjoyed spending time with him, I wouldn't have done that.
Because that would have meant the end of the relationship?
Not necessarily, maybe not the end of the relationship, but I just stayed the rest of the weekend that was planned for me to be there.
And you said at this point in time, April 2007, you were in love with him. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, that incident occurred in May, I think, and April was when I knew that I was in love with him.
Prior to this incident, had you told Travis that you loved him?
No.
You said after this incident, you spent the rest of the weekend with him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And was this at his home in Mesa?
Yes.
And you would have been boyfriend and girlfriend at this time as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. What did you do the rest of the weekend? You stay home, you go out?
I don't recall the specifics of that weekend, but we would have gone to church. I believe that was the first time I went over to his friend's house. He went to his friend's house every Sunday for dinner, so I went with him that time. Just general things, hanging out.
Okay. And when you went to this friend's house, was this the incident we discussed last week where he didn't introduce you to as his girlfriend, that sort of thing? Is that right?
Yes, at his friend's house he didn't. He introduced me. I was in their home, but not as his girlfriend.
Okay. When you went out in public, in the Mesa area or around his home, when you were out in public, were you guys holding hands? Were you kissing? You have your arm around each other? Was any of that physical affection apparent?
No, not in Mesa.
Okay. And I don't just mean Mesa specifically, the whole valley, just so we're clear, the whole valley, anything else, anything you did while you were in public, was there physical displays of affection that might lead someone to believe you're boyfriend or girlfriend?
There were when we were in other geographic locations.
What do you mean, away from Mesa?
Yeah, like Disneyland or...
Okay. You went to Disneyland that weekend?
I don't think we were in Arizona when all this occurred, so
No,
no.
I just want to talk about this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Okay? So when you're in the Mesa area over the weekend, just to clarify, there's no physical displays of affection in public, right?
No.
Okay. Does Travis have roommates at this point in time, April or May of '07?
Yes.
Okay. And are you spending the night in his room or are you sleeping elsewhere?
I'm staying in his room.
Okay. Now, we talked about the lack of physical affection displayed in public. We already heard about one incident. Were there physical displays of affection once Travis locked his bedroom door?
Yes.
what happened the rest of the weekend? Was there more penile vaginal intercourse?
No, that was the only time at that point.
What other actions took place over that weekend?
I don't recall specifically that weekend. I just remember it from that incident. That was one that I won't forget.
Well, let me ask you this about all the other sexual interactions that took place over the weekend. Were you awake?
Yes.
Were you, on those occasions, a willing participant in the sexual activity?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from what you told us earlier, around May of 2007 is about the time that you moved out of your home in Palm Desert. Is that right? April or May?
Yeah, I think it would have been sometime mid-May.
Okay. And where do you move after you move out of your home in Palm Desert?
I moved to Big Sur, back to Big Sur, California.
Okay. And what was in Big Sur, California?
I had a job back at Ventana again. The position was open for me, and staff housing, so the rent was free. And it was just a way for me to get back on my feet.
Back on your feet financially?
Yes.
Now, from what we heard earlier, Ventana is the place where you met Mr. Brewer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Brewer working there that summer?
No, he was on the peninsula, Monterey Peninsula.
Okay. You also told us about last time that you worked there, you were dating Matt McCartney, or you were friends, excuse me, you were sharing a tent, right?
Yes, we were freshly broken up.
Was Mr. McCartney, was he working at Ventana this summer of '07 with you again?
Yes, he was working there.
Okay. Did you share housing again?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And was that this tent again, or did you actually get other accommodations?
No, we had better accommodations. We were in the Red House, which is right on Highway 1. It's a historic house that they let employees stay there. So
Okay.
we were in that house with other roommates.
And if we understood you correctly, this would have been about a year after you broke up with Matt, right?
No, Matt and I broke up in 2001.
Okay, 2001, I'm sorry.
You're thinking
Several
of-
years since you broke up with Matt then.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, several.
And you said you lived together. Were you roommates? Were you romantically involved?
No, we were more like brother and sister by this point.
Okay. So you were still close friends several years later, right?
Yes,
Okay. And not in any kind of sexual relationship?
no, none.
Okay. Did Travis know that you were roommates with Matt?
Yes,
To your understanding, was he jealous or upset about that situation?
surprisingly, no, he didn't mind that one.
You say that one. Were there other instances of jealousy around this time period?
Yes, there were.
Describe those for us.
There was one incident where I was going to drive to Southern California and meet Travis. I think we were going to meet at the airport or for Disneyland. I don't remember which trip this was, but it was while I lived in Big Sur. And all the water on the property at Ventana had been shut off, and I wanted to take a shower before I hit the road. So I called a friend who lived nearby, and I used a shower. He said he was in Monterey, but his house is open, and he gave me directions and the gate code so I could drive up through the mountains to go to his house. shower and then hit the road. And when I told Travis, he flipped out on me for that.
Well, you say flipped out. Was he yelling at you?
Yes.
And you say jealousy. Was he, to your understanding, angry because you thought that this was something sexual in nature?
He was worried that it would lead to something sexual or that I could be at risk because I had gone to someone's house to shower.
At risk of what?
He didn't believe that the guy was in Monterey. He thought he could drive back, something could happen. He kind of made me feel vain for wanting to shower before I got on the road, that I could have showered later.
Okay. Now this jealousy you're talking about, was this expressed when you arrived? You were supposed to meet Mr. Alexander in Southern California, right?
Yes.
Was this something that was displayed before you got there or when you arrived, or perhaps both?
Over the phone on the way there.
Okay. And do you recall, I know you said that you don't know which trip it was, do you recall how long it took you to get to the place where you were going to meet Mr. Alexander?
I left in the late morning and arrived shortly before sunset. I don't remember, maybe 6-7 hours.
Okay. So several hours later, when you get there, is this jealousy about the shower, is that still an issue?
No, not at this point. He was
Okay.
with Josh Ward, so he wasn't really displaying that.
Was it brought up at any point in time later during this trip?
It's something he didn't really let me live down for a while, but it didn't lead to any major fights.
Okay. Now this trip to Southern California, you say you don't recall where it was. Is that accurate, where you went?
I think we were flying to New York at that point.
Okay. And this is summer of 2007, right?
Yes.
Had you expressed, I know you told us you hadn't in May, had you expressed to Mr. Alexander that you loved him?
No.
Had he expressed to you that he loved you?
No. Well, we did way back before our relationship. But while we were dating, it wasn't I love you too kind of thing.
Okay. Now you mentioned you were flying to New York. Why were the two of you flying to New York?
Well, there was more church history, places that were significant to the history of the church there. And I had won a trip to Huntington Beach for some of my production in the company Prepaid Legal. So I put him on my ticket as the extra person, and we decided to use one of the flights to fly from Rochester to LAX instead of just driving there, so that we could actually get out to New York for half the price and then have Prepaid Legal pay for our flight back.
Okay. Just so we're clear as well then, on this trip you said you flew into Rochester, New York. Is that right?
Yes, we
Okay.
did. Wait, we flew into Cleveland on the way there, flew back from Rochester to LAX.
Okay. Let me just ask you this for clarification then. Was it just you and Travis on this trip to New York?
Yes,
And you said this was to be another church history trip, right?
well, church history, and there were other travel goals that we had also at that time.
What do you mean by travel goals?
In that same spring, Travis had discovered a book called 1,000 Places to See Before You Die, and he thought it would be a cool goal to have, maybe a lifetime goal to try to check off as many places as he could. And I began to join him in that pursuit. And so Niagara Falls is on the list. So while we were out east, we saw Niagara Falls and the Finger Lakes in upstate New York and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, Ohio.
And you said these, 1,000 places to see before you die. And this trip was, and also included church history, so it had a dual purpose, I guess is what we're
Yes.
saying, right? Okay. May I approach you, ma'am?
Yes.
Ms. Arias, I'd like to show you what's been marked as exhibit 435 and 432. I'd like you to begin without telling me about them, but just let us know if you recognize either of those photographs.
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit exhibits 432 and 435.
May I voir dire the witness, please?
You may.
Ma'am, with regard to these photographs, exhibit number 435, was Mr. Alexander the person that took this photograph?
I believe he took both of those.
So exhibit 432, he also took those. Exhibit 435, is this the one from Niagara Falls?
If it's got the water in the background, that's
Right.
the one.
And exhibit number 432, it's got some trees in the back. Where was that?
The Sacred Grove in Palmyra, New York.
I don't have any objection.
432 and 435 are admitted.
This trip, I've been showing you what's been marked exhibit 435. Get that in there. Is that coming in clear on your screen, Ms. Arias?
Yes.
This was taken at, based on what you said moments ago, this was taken at Niagara Falls, right?
Yes.
And this was part of the trip we were talking about, church history and 1,000 places to see before you die, right?
Yes.
Okay. In this photograph, it appears that you and Mr. Alexander were physically affectionate, acting like a couple, for lack of a better way of putting it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Was that the way it was throughout this entire trip?
That trip, we acted that way, but it was a pretense.
What do you mean a pretense?
I found out by that point that he was cheating on me, and I just didn't want to bring all the drama because our tickets were bought and paid for, and we couldn't refund him. I couldn't change his name on the ticket. I didn't want him to be totally miserable, even though I was miserable.
Okay. So this trip, before you went on this trip to Cleveland and Niagara Falls and various other places, you had discovered that Mr. Alexander cheated on you.
Yes.
How did you discover that?
We were in, I think, Sandy, Utah at his friend Dave's house. We had just returned from Daniel Summit, which is a place up in the mountains near Park City. And I had been getting my suspicions about things. He was treating me a little differently, a little more distant, a lot more flirty with other women, and it just made me uncomfortable. When I tried to talk to him about it, he blew up and got very defensive, even though I didn't accuse him of anything. So it was kind of a red flag. He assured me he was only dating me. I left it at that. We went on our trip. There were a couple of things that stuck out on the trip too, at Daniel Summit, but I ignored it. And then we got back to Dave's house, and he was taking a nap one day, and he left his phone wedged between two cushions in the couch in the living room. And he was in another bedroom sleeping, and I figured, I didn't know if he was being honest with me. I had a feeling he wasn't, and I wanted to know if I should continue in this relationship or if I should give him the benefit of the doubt. I've been cheated on before, so I thought maybe it's just past emotional baggage, and I'm reading into things that aren't there. So I saw his phone, and I debated whether or not I should look in it, and I was kind of sitting there and tapping my fingers, and finally I snatched it, and I went into the bathroom, and I shut the door, and I was clicking around on his phone. He had a touch screen. It was a smartphone. I didn't really know how to use it, but I found the text messages and began to read them.
And without telling us what they said, it was based on those text messages in Mr. Alexander's phone that you believed he was not being faithful with you?
Yes.
Was there a particular person you believed that he was dating after you saw these text messages?
No, there weren't too many names. There were just a lot of phone numbers, and it wouldn't have been a person. It was several people, many different phone numbers.
So this trip, when we see this photograph, you talk about acting as a couple, but you're miserable. You say you've done this because the trip was already planned and you don't want to cause any chaos or any problems. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. This trip with him in New York, how long was it?
I think we flew out on June 18th or something and got back, I want to say like a week. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Was there sexual interaction between you two on this trip?
I think there was, but I don't recall specifics.
Why do you say you think that there was?
Because there usually was when we traveled.
Well, let me ask you, did you, on these travels, did you share the same hotel room?
Yes.
Same bed?
Yes.
Were you in love with Travis in this photograph?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 432. Where was this taken?
It's called the Sacred Grove, and it's in Palmyra, New York.
Could you describe for us, for those of us who don't know, what is the Sacred Grove?
The Sacred Grove is an important place in the history of the church because it was where Joseph Smith received what's called the first vision, where he was in this grove praying. I think it was in 1820 or somewhere around there. And two heavenly beings appeared before him, and it was the Father and Jesus Christ.
Okay. So as a member of the Mormon Church, you wanted to visit this place, is that correct?
Yes.
Would it be considered a romantic spot to you or for members of your church?
I think my understanding is that a lot of church members get engaged when they go there, and Travis had complained that that was a cliche before going, so I wasn't expecting any kind of romantic interaction.
You mean you weren't expecting a proposal?
Definitely not a proposal, not after reading in his phone.
But as it relates to you seeing what you saw on his phone prior to the trip, did Travis know about this during this trip?
That I knew.
Did he know that he'd been caught?
No, I didn't tell him.
So for 7 days then, on this trip, you grin and bear it, so to speak, because you don't want to cause any kind of fight or any kind of confrontation during that week, right?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay. And I say specifically related to his being unfaithful. You didn't bring that up the whole week.
No.
The trip itself, was it then harmonious, or were there fights anyway?
We did have a fight in Ohio. It was just a little, I don't remember. It was an argument, and he kept asking me throughout the trip, what's wrong, and I just kept saying nothing. I was trying to just act like nothing, everything was okay.
What was your plan in your mind? Were you going to just break up with him when you got back to California? Did you have a plan?
My initial plan when I found the phone, or the text messages in the phone, was to break up with him. I didn't want to cause a lot of drama at Dave's house, so I decided we would wait till we got back to Mesa. And then we got to Mesa. Travis was kind of domineering, so I didn't want to, I was worried about confronting him. He got very upset last time I even hinted at it without even accusing him of anything. So,
Hang on a second, Jodi, before you get too far down the road. You said when you returned to Mesa, weren't you still living at Big Sur at the end
yeah,
of this trip?
I'm sorry, we flew to LAX that time. So then we had the Huntington Beach thing, and then we had Disneyland one more time, and then I was going to do it.
Okay. So obviously, you didn't have to be back at your job at Big Sur for an extended period of time, right?
Yeah, about a week I think I took off.
Okay. But you said you landed and you went to Disneyland and that sort of thing. You didn't have a job to go back to?
I did.
But you still had some days off in
Yes.
LA?
Yes, we had four nights, 5 days in Huntington Beach.
Okay. The Huntington Beach trip, that was work-related, is that right? Prepaid legal?
Yeah, it was a reward, being work-related.
Okay. Was it strictly a vacation, or was it also a meeting?
It was mostly vacation, mostly leisure. There was like maybe a few speeches given, but it wasn't centered on training or anything like that.
Did you and Mr. Alexander share a hotel room when you stayed at Huntington Beach?
Yes,
Was there sexual activity during that meeting at Huntington Beach?
I believe there was.
I think the part that's hard to understand, Jodi, is this idea that you just didn't end it.
Objection, vouching, hard to understand. Oh, he don't.
Rephrase.
Explain to us why after a trip to New York, you're grinning and bearing it, you get back to California, why are you still willing to put up with this?
I think I was in denial at the time. I knew it was going on, and I think it was a convenient reason to deny it because we had this vacation that was paid for. There was no refunding it. If we had changed flights and things like that, it would have cost even more fees.
But I'm talking about when you got back to Huntington Beach. You're
Well-
back. You're back from New York. There's no flights. There's nothing.
I mean, I couldn't imagine him kicking him off the trip and saying, "Get out of my room." He was there, and
Why not?
we had friends that there's a lot of things to do in Huntington Beach. There are shops on the sidewalks and restaurants, and there's the beach itself, and there were pools and
Okay.
hot tubs.
It's a great place, and I'm sure both of you wanted to be there, and Travis probably wanted to be there. But that doesn't really get to my question. My question is, why aren't you done with him at that point in time? Why don't you kick him out of your room?
I didn't have a lot of self-esteem at that time. And I was kind of a doormat, and I didn't assert myself, and I was in denial, and I knew it had to happen. I wanted to hurry up and get it over with because that was going to be the hard part. I knew the relationship couldn't continue like that. I was kind of waiting for the right moment to tell him.
And while you're waiting for the right moment, you're still, to your recollection, not specific days or times, but you're still engaging in sexual activity with him while you're waiting for this right moment, right?
Yes, on occasion.
Why was that okay with you?
Well, sometimes when we did those things, it made me feel loved, depending on how he acted during the incident.
During this sexual interaction, right?
Yeah.
You felt, when you were what you seem to be telling us is that when you were engaging in sexual behavior with Mr. Alexander, you felt completely loved by him.
At times.
At times. When you were not having sexual interactions with him, did you also feel, to use your words, completely loved?
Objection. Those are counsel's words, not the witness's words. Completely loved. He used them, not her.
That's exactly what she said.
Let me answer.
Will you repeat it? I'm sorry.
I'm going to try. You told us earlier that when you had these sexual interactions with Mr. Alexander, you felt completely loved, right?
Yes.
And what I was asking is, how about the times when these sexual interactions weren't going on? Did you feel that same sense of being completely loved?
There were some moments during that trip where we connected. It was actually more painful when we connected than when we didn't connect.
What do you mean by that?
Because it was a reminder of how much I loved him, and when we weren't connecting, it was easier to start distancing myself from him, even though that became kind of impossible. When we were getting along, it was almost like I could pretend that I never really saw any of those things in his phone.
At this point in time, had he told you he loved you?
Not since we had begun officially dating.
Okay. Now, apart from Huntington Beach, did you and Mr. Alexander go anywhere else before you returned to Big Sur?
Yes, our friend Jeff drove us to Disneyland, to Anaheim.
Okay. And you said your friend drove you, but did the three of you go to Disneyland, or was it just you and Travis?
Just Travis and I, he dropped us off.
Okay. And this was part of the Huntington Beach trip, is that accurate?
Yeah, this is all one same trip.
Okay. And when you and Mr. Alexander were at Disneyland, were you holding hands? Were you acting like boyfriend and girlfriend?
Somewhat. It was just kind of dull, like the park didn't have the same magic as it did before because of everything that was going on.
What do you mean everything that was going on?
Inside, like my inner turmoil with the knowledge that I was, I guess, cursed with, sort of, I could say.
Okay. Did you get along okay at Disneyland, or were there any arguments?
I remember us getting along pretty well.
Okay. So now this trip to Huntington Beach comes to an end. A few days later, I would assume, right? After you go to Disneyland?
Yes, after Disneyland, I don't remember where I stayed, but we hung out in Riverside for a while.
Okay. Eventually, there was going to come a point in time, or sounds like there came a point in time when you and Travis were going to part company, right?
Yes.
And from what you told us before, this seemingly was going to be the moment in time when you told him you're done, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you recall where you were when the two of you were to part ways?
Well, I'd planned to drop the bomb in Riverside when I was dropping him off at his grandmother's house. And I couldn't get up the courage to tell him.
Okay. So you say you're at his grandma's house in Riverside, you're dropping him off, and you don't have the courage to tell him.
Yes.
Are you leaving Riverside that day, or do you stay with Mr. Alexander at Riverside?
I'm leaving town and driving back to Big Sur.
Now, I believe earlier you told us that you had met his grandmother 3 times. Is that right?
I think I did meet her 3 times, but I don't remember at that point if that was the second or third time.
Okay. So you're driving back from Riverside to Big Sur, and you never have this confrontation you've been planning to have for about a week, right?
Yeah, more like 2
weeks.
2 weeks.
Okay. So what's the plan then as you're driving back to Big Sur? Are you gonna call him and break up? Are you gonna write him a letter? What's the plan?
I was really mad at myself. I wanted to do it in person, and now I didn't know when I was coming back to Arizona or Southern California when I would see him again physically. So at that point, I realized it would have to be on the phone.
Did you ever then have the talk that you were dreading for so
Yes.
long?
Yes.
And that was over the phone?
Yes.
And tell us what you told him.
Well, I said, there's some things I want to talk to you about. And I told him that his phone has been the source of a problem. And everything came out. I told him what happened in Utah. And I apologized. I felt really bad for violating his privacy, even though I felt justified because of what I found out. And he was apologetic.
You say he was apologetic. Did you end up breaking up with him after this conversation?
The conversation evolved. His apology was weak, I thought. And I said, in an indirect way, I said, I don't think either of us is ready to be in the kind of relationship that we thought we were having.
Was that then, when you said that, was that really, or this conversation, was that really the end of yourself and Travis as a couple?
As an official couple, yes.
And so you essentially broke up that day over the phone?
Yes, that was our end date, you could say.
Okay. And when was that? Do you remember the exact date or
Yes, I remember the date. It was June 29th,
of 2007?
2007.
Now, after you have this breakup on June 29th, 2007, is that the last you hear of Travis Alexander?
No,
How long was it, in terms of days, maybe hours if so, how long was it before you spoke with Mr. Alexander again?
He called me the next morning. He was still in Southern California.
And just so we're clear, you were in Big Sur, right?
I was in Big Sur.
And what was the subject matter of that conversation?
Well, I don't remember how it started. I think he was at his friend's house.
My response was the subject of the conversation.
It's not his objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Restate your question.
You say he called you the next day. Do you know where he was calling you from?
I understood that he was at his friend's house, Chris and Sky's house in Southern California.
Okay. And was he wanting to get together with you? Was he wanting to continue the conversation? Tell us the subject matter of the conversation.
At first it was about what he was doing there, so that's why I figured he was there. And then we didn't continue the conversation from before. It was a lot less dramatic. And I don't know what room he had holed himself up in, but the conversation began to turn sexual. And
What do you mean sexual?
well, he began to just say things like he's been horny lately, and
You're saying
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge.
Approach.
You said that the conversation was sexual in nature, this day after you woke up, right?
yes,
When you say sexual in nature, that can mean a lot of things. So I want to clarify that a little bit. Was he talking about the two of you engaging in sexual behavior?
yes,
Did he talk about specific acts that he wanted to engage in with you?
I don't remember specifically. I just remember it was sexual, the things he was saying.
And you remember it related to the two of you interacting, right?
Somewhat. I was on the phone, but I was out in the gravel driveway at the Red House at Ventana.
Okay. You had just broken up with him the night before, right?
The afternoon before.
The afternoon before. Did you find it strange the morning after your breakup, or the morning after your breakup, this man's on the phone with you trying to have dirty talk?
I felt it was strange, but also I really had low self-esteem at this time. It made me feel better, actually.
What do you mean? Describe that for us. What do you mean better?
Well, he had made promises to change. He said those women didn't mean anything, that kind of thing.
Objection, hearsay.
Not being offered for us. So he told you those women didn't matter and you did? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying and why you felt good about it?
Yes, he said, I swear I'll change, just give me a chance. So this was I don't know, I still loved him, and so I thought that he was serious about changing, and so I continued to be intimate with him.
Well, let's not get too past the phone call right now. You say you continued to be intimate with him. Did you reciprocate the sexual tone of the conversation that you had with him the day after you broke up?
At first, I didn't really know what to say, because he had...
Objection on response to yes or no.
It's not his objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask another question.
Were you, the day after you broke up with him, was it your hope, oh, I hope Travis calls me and talks dirty to me?
No, I wasn't thinking that.
When he did start talking dirty to you, why not hang up the phone?
I wouldn't have hung up on him. He wasn't being mean or anything.
What's that?
He wasn't being mean or anything.
But you just found out he was cheating and you broke up with him. Why even talk to the guy, Jodi?
He promised to change, and I still loved him.
Let me back up again, and you might have already answered my question with what you just said, but why even pick up the phone to begin with?
I don't know, I guess it was habit. His ringtone came through, his little picture was on the screen. I wasn't going to ignore the call.
Okay. So you have this conversation, he tells you he's going to change, and from what you told us, it sounded like you said you started feeling good about yourself based on this conversation?
Yeah, it made me feel good that he still desired me and claimed that he didn't really care about anybody else, just me. So I believed him.
What sort of things did he say that made you feel this way? Was there specific things?
I'm sorry, what's the objection?
Objection, hearsay. What specific things did he tell you?
Overruled.
I honestly don't remember specifics. He just was saying very nice things to me, and they were erotic, and they made me feel sexy, they made me feel attractive, so I stayed on the phone with him.
Okay. Now, if we understand correctly, you're in Riverside, or excuse me, he's in Riverside, you're in Big Sur when this phone conversation took place, to your understanding, right?
I think he was in Temecula, but
Okay.
somewhere in Southern California. He was still in Southern California.
Okay. After this conversation, what is the next contact you have with him? Are you talking on the phone? Do you see each other in person?
We pick up the routine again when he calls me at night, and his calls began getting very late, almost to 4 in the morning. So I just went to sleep and then waited for him to call.
So, after you break up, are you back together again? You said it's the same old routine. Are you back together again? Do you say, okay, we're boyfriend and girlfriend again?
We are talking about trying it again, but we are not back together again.
When he's wooing you back on this conversation over the course of these weeks, is he then telling you that he loves you?
Yes.
Does he ever talk about, after this breakup, does he talk about a future with you, marriage, children, things of that nature?
Yes, he still talked about that frequently, more in a joking manner, but it came up a lot.
Okay. At this point in time, after this breakup and these calls, are you still seeing the potential of a future with Mr. Alexander in that regard?
Yes, I believed he had the potential to change.
And you hoped he would, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you talk about this same old routine and these calls are getting later. What time are we talking these calls are happening now?
Definitely after midnight, 2, 3, 4 a.m., depending on the night.
Okay. And are these calls also sexual in nature?
No, they're more just loving, actually.
And what do you mean by loving? Describe what you mean by that.
He was acting more like the same guy I fell in love with, and he was just being very sweet and wanted to know about my day, told me funny things about his day, and when he talked about the future, he kept saying we or us, things like that.
And nothing sexual in these calls?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. How long then until you were back on the hook, so to speak? Hook, line, and sinker, back in love with Travis. Did you ever fall off that hook?
During that time, I didn't. I mean, further down the road I did, but at this point I was still in love with him.
Okay. And this is about when in 2007? June or July?
We're into early July right now.
How long, when was your job at Big Sur done for the season?
Well, it could have gone on the entire year. That season was very slow that summer. I picked up another job at the Big Sur Bakery to supplement my income, and business was just slow all over in Big Sur that season.
So you say you could have stayed on year-round. Did you decide to?
No.
Why not? Is it the financial reasons or were there others?
Financially, it would have made more sense to stay there, but there was another more compelling reason to move.
We're going to take the recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back to the jury room by 1:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Record will show the presence of the defendant and all counsel. Jury is not present. Ms. Arias, earlier today and last week, a number of times there's been an objection that your answers were non-responsive. I'm going to ask that you listen very carefully to the questions and answer the question you are being asked.
Yes.
Let's bring in the jury.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about how you were considering whether or not to move or stay at Big Sur or move on. And when you started talking about, excuse me, when you started talking about moving on, you said there was a compelling reason to move on. What was that compelling reason?
Do you mean move on or move geographically?
Well, move on and leave Big Sur.
I'll move on geographically. Well, there were already plans, Travis and I were making plans for me to move to Mesa. He was very upset when I moved to Big Sur. He wanted me to either go to Mesa or stay in Southern California, but not move so far. So I had already made my commitments in Big Sur. I decided to fulfill those. They were expecting me. And so the season wasn't panning out to what it was, so I gave my notice there. And my last day was going to be sometime in June or July, I don't remember when. And I was making plans to move to Mesa. And then I discovered that he was cheating on me, so plans kind of halted. I was going to move in with my friend Rachel, and I kind of told her that, you know, what was up. I didn't want to throw Travis under the bus, so I didn't go into a lot of detail, but I said that things weren't really working out with him, and, you know, things aren't working out up here either, and she was encouraging me to come to Mesa anyway. Kind of make it my Mesa, don't worry about Travis. And then Travis was also trying to...
Let's just stop a minute and clarify. You had planned to move to Mesa before you went to Big Sur in the summer, right?
Yes, in the spring we began to talk about that.
And once you found out he was cheating on you, you then made the decision to go to Big Sur. Is that right?
No, I moved to Big Sur prior to all of that.
Okay. And then you were planning on staying at Big Sur until you had this conversation with him where he started being loving towards you. Is that right?
The original plan was to stay in Big Sur, fulfill the commitments I made, and then move to Mesa.
Okay, and what were the commitments in terms of time?
In terms of time, about 2 months, 2.5 months.
Okay. So you fulfilled your commitment. Why did you decide then, getting to my point, why did you decide then that moving to Mesa would be a good idea, considering what had happened prior?
Well, I was on the fence about it. I was going to move to Montclair. There was another woman that I worked with at the Big Sur Bakery that was moving there, and that's in Southern California. It's close to where I used to live. It's within an hour's drive of Palm Desert. So there were two choices, and I decided to go to Mesa. Travis painted a nice picture of all of the benefits of moving to Mesa. He said it's a strong Mormon community. There are a lot of church members. There are always other LDS single women looking for roommates. He said I can store all of my things at his house. He said I could sock away more money. Just benefits.
Benefits to you or benefits to him?
To us both. Well, he was painting the benefits that I would reap if I moved there.
Did you believe that he was also seeking benefits?
Of course, yeah. He said we could hang out more and figure things out.
Hang out and figure things out. Did hanging out involve sexual activity?
Yes.
When you moved to Mesa, how far from Travis were you?
I don't know mileage, and I don't know if you know Mesa, but Travis lived over by Signal Butte and Elliott, and I lived over by Greenfield and Broadway.
Well, do you have any idea how long it took you to drive to Travis's house?
Well, depending on traffic, 15 minutes,
Okay,
maybe 20.
so you live about 15 minutes away. We heard other witnesses testify, tell us about what a ward was. Where you lived, was that in the same ward as Mr. Alexander?
No.
Was that an issue for him, to your understanding?
It became an issue.
Why, to your understanding, was that a concern?
Well, as soon as I moved in with Rachel, about, I'd say within a week and a half, she approached me and informed me that she and,
Objection, here's, no response to the question, what is an issue?
Rephrase the question.
Well, let's do it this way then. You mentioned a person named Rachel. Is that who you moved in with originally?
yes, and her boyfriend.
Okay. And how long did you live with Rachel and her boyfriend?
About a week and a half.
And
I'm sorry, like 2.5 weeks.
okay. And after this 2.5 week period, it's time for you to move on for their personal reasons. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, they eloped.
Okay. So they got married, and it was time for you to find a new place to live, right?
Yes,
Okay.
they were newlyweds.
And you said the issue of ward boundaries or what wards you're going to be in became an issue. Could you explain that to us?
Yes, it became imperative that I move out as quickly as possible. They were going to have another civil wedding ceremony after eloping in Vegas. So what I did was I went to, I think it was an institute center, which is a place where young single adults in the church can go for scripture study and things like that. There was a bulletin up there with different places for rent. So I wrote down a few phone numbers that were within my price range. I called a girl, I think she lived in Gilbert. She said that that listing was old and no longer available, but she directed me to ldshousing.net and said that I could find more listings there. So I went there and I found a few within my price range. I called them all. 2 returned my call. One was a girl named Brenda, and she lived in Gilbert. She had a brand new house. She said she was looking for a roommate. She had not moved into the house yet because she was in the process of buying it, and the mortgage lender hadn't funded yet, and so she didn't have her keys yet. But we went by the house together, peeked in the windows, you know, she showed me around the property. It was brand new, it had never been lived in. It was in a really great ward. She said everyone in the ward is really awesome. So I was excited about that. But then the days kept going on and she wasn't getting her keys, and Rachel and her new husband were like, you know, they kind of wanted their own space. So I went to ldshousing.net again. I called back the same number as before, not Brenda's, but the other one. And she called me back and said that there is a room available for rent. So I went and checked it out. The house was nice. It was in a great neighborhood. It was available immediately. It was within my price range. And I asked her which ward it was in. She told me it was in the University 6th Ward, which was not the ward that Travis was in at the time.
Why did you ask her what ward it was in?
I didn't want
why
to
was that?
land.
What's that?
I didn't want to land in the same ward as Travis.
Why not?
Well, one, I figured he didn't treat me very well at church when I was his girlfriend. He ignored me. He didn't introduce me. He flirted with other women. So I figured if he was capable of treating me that way as his girlfriend, who knew what other kinds of humiliating behaviors he was capable of now that we were exes, I didn't want to show up at his ward like that.
Okay. And to your understanding, did he not want you in his ward as well?
We had talked about it, yes. He said now that we're not together.
Objection, you're saying, and the question is whether or not she knows if you wanted her there or not.
To your understanding, did Mr. Alexander want to make sure that you were in a different ward?
I don't know if he went that far. We just discussed going to different wards.
Okay. Now, this home that you moved to after you went through your housing search, after you left Rachel's home, in terms of, let's just use the marker of time, how far away was this from Travis's house?
You're talking about Rachel's house or the new house?
The new house.
It was a lot closer. I didn't know at first. I was still using my...
Objection, she's already answered the question.
Sustained.
You say a lot closer. How long a drive was it to Travis's house from where you wound up after you moved out of Rachel's place?
I would say 10 minutes or less, depending on the route.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you and Travis, and can you give us a ballpark in terms of the time we're talking about here, month and year, when you've moved into this new place?
Yes. I believe it was the middle of August 2007.
And at this point in time, I know that you had told us that you ended your relationship with Mr. Alexander, at least from a formal standpoint or from a label standpoint. You broke up as boyfriend and girlfriend. But he was telling you all these loving things, and you kind of back in good graces anyway. Were you his girlfriend at this time in August of 2007?
No.
When you moved back to Mesa, regardless of where you lived, was the sexual relationship still ongoing?
It was ongoing.
Were you acting as a couple in public?
No. We were even more clandestine.
More clandestine.
Yes.
And this clandestine sexual relationship, where was this by and large happening?
At his house.
And how would it generally work? Would you come over at a certain time? How did that work?
Typically, this cycle began to develop where there would be a fight, and then we would make up, and it would turn sexual, and then everything would be okay for a little while.
Now, the sexual relationship you were having with Mr. Alexander in the summer of 2007, did this include oral sexual contact?
Yes.
Anal sex?
Eventually, but I'm trying to remember if we did that summer. It was around that time, but I don't remember exactly when.
And did it include penile vaginal intercourse?
Eventually. It did one time, actually, that month.
Okay. Now, when you moved back to Mesa, did you find a job?
I did finally toward the end of August, and not right away, but I did
And where were you working?
at P.F. Chang's.
And apart from P.F. Chang's, did you have any other sources of income?
Yes.
What was that?
Travis offered to pay me to clean his house.
And was there a set upon hourly wage for that?
Yes. He was going to pay me $200 extra a month to come over twice a week. I can't remember how many hours, but when you did the math, it equaled $12.50 an hour.
Okay. And you were also having a sexual relationship with him at this time, right?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? Jodi, I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 395. Could you take a look at that? See if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
It's an email he sent me.
Regarding what?
It was kind of a joke about my uniform for cleaning his house.
Your uniform what? For cleaning his house?
Yes.
What did he want you to wear?
He wanted me to wear one of those French maid outfits.
And do you remember when he sent you this email?
It would have been sometime in early August.
Move to admit Exhibit 395, excuse me, if I said 393 earlier.
No objection to the photographic portion of the email, but objection to the hearsay or the written comment.
Approach.
Jodi, let's back up a step. When Mr. Alexander proposed this arrangement to you in August of '07, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you accept this arrangement?
I hesitated, but when he said it's $200 extra a month, I said yes, because I needed money.
Okay. And at the time you accepted this offer Mr. Alexander made to you, were you still sexually active with him?
Yes.
When you were cleaning the house, working as his maid, if you will, did he ever express a desire to have sex with you while you were working for him?
Objection to the characterization of maid.
Overruled.
Occasionally.
And how did you feel about that? You're there to clean his house, and he's having sex with you.
It didn't bother me. We were still intimate. He's paying attention to me. He's being nice. He's focused on me, making me feel attractive. So it wasn't unpleasant.
Did he ever ask you to wear a particular uniform?
Yes.
How would you describe that uniform for us?
The picture he sent me was of a woman, a voluptuous woman with long blonde hair, a low-cut French-made outfit. She had stockings that went up to her thighs, stilettos. It was a black and white outfit with a little white apron. I think she had her foot up on something.
Julie, I'm going to show you a picture from Exhibit 395.
Objection. This is not an evidence. It cannot be published to the jury.
You just didn't object to it a few minutes ago.
Counsel approach, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to stand in place, we have about 2 minutes, and you're welcome to do so. and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go back to the jury room, use your card to let yourselves in. We will be back with you shortly. I don't know what's happened. I'm going to go and find out. Why don't you come forward here for a moment, please?
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Exhibit 395.001 is admitted. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jodi, before our break, we talked about a picture you received in an email. If I may approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
Of a woman in a French maid uniform. Do you recognize that as being that picture?
Yes.
That's right, I would move it into evidence form, it's not an
That was
action.
just an edit.
Okay.
It is an edit.
When you received this email from him, was this before or after you began working for him?
It was after we made the agreement, but before I started.
How did you feel in receiving this?
I just kind of laughed. I think he meant it as a joke.
You felt like he meant it as a joke.
Yes.
Did your feelings on that subject change when he was having sex with you while you were supposedly working for him?
Well, on the uniform, no, but as far as the implication, I mean, I kind of knew that was implied sometimes.
That was kind of implied sometimes, meaning if he was paying you to clean his house and you were available to have sex with him, that was part of the deal?
Objection, leading.
Rephrase.
Did you believe when you were working for him, because you were working for him, he's entitled to have sexual access to you?
I wouldn't say that. I needed money. We were already
Objection,
intimate.
Ms. Scott, she said she would say that.
Sorry.
Ask another question.
Why did you not feel that way?
I was already intimate with him, and I had feelings for him, so it wasn't. It didn't. I didn't correlate the two. Usually, I stuck with my duties there. It was generally during the day. He worked also. I didn't want to distract him from that. Sometimes he would come to me, or he would bump into me suggestively and say, "Oh, excuse me," and then it would happen again, and then it would lead to something. Sometimes he would just come up and kiss me.
Okay. How long did you clean his house, work as his maid?
Almost the entire time that I lived in Mesa.
Okay. Did he always pay you?
He always paid me in one form or another.
What do you mean by that?
Sometimes, well, it was usually cash, but sometimes, well, we went on trips together, so sometimes we always split the trips 50-50. He kept meticulous track of the cost. He could always figure it down to the dollar, who owed who what, and how we reached the figure. So sometimes if he owed me money for the house, he would just eat the cost on traveling.
Okay. But there was always financial compensation for this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier today, you mentioned that when you moved back to Mesa, there was a clandestine sexual relationship that went on behind closed doors of his bedroom.
Yes.
Was there a sexual relationship that took place in other places besides just his bedroom?
Yes.
Where did those occur?
Usually when we,
Recommendation, time or date when this happened.
Sustained.
Where else did you have sexual interaction with Mr. Alexander?
sometimes it was,
Objection. Same objection, we just need to know when.
Well,
Overruled. Answer the question.
sometimes it was in my car, in parking lots. Sometimes it was when we traveled, and sometimes it was at my house in Mesa.
now when you mentioned your car, earlier in your testimony you told us about the interaction that took place after he gave you the Book of Mormon and you went to Starbucks. Is that what we're talking about, or are we talking about other occasions in your car?
Other occasions, but the same kind of thing.
And did those also occur after you moved back to Mesa, or did those occur before you moved to Mesa?
I know they occurred after I moved to Mesa.
You also mentioned that sexual behavior was going on through these trips you took with him as well, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you also mentioned your house in Mesa. Is that the one you shared with Rachel, or are you speaking to the other home that you moved into a couple weeks later?
The other home. He wouldn't go to Rachel's house.
Is there a specific location in this home that your sexual behavior with Travis took place?
Yes, in my bedroom.
Did it happen anywhere else besides your bedroom?
Yes, a couple times. He,
Where did these occur? Besides your bedroom, where in your home?
the front porch.
And how did you wind up having sexual encounters with Travis on his front porch? On your front porch, excuse me.
It was something he wanted to try since I had known him since 2006. It was something he expressed that he wanted to do. He had a list of fantasies that he wanted to fulfill. And he wanted to show up, get out of his car.
From beyond scope, she indicated his
Sorry.
fancy, and she fulfilled it.
Ask another question.
No need to apologize, Jodi. What was this? Describe for us, if you will, this fantasy he had involving you being on the porch of your home.
Okay. It was, he wanted to drive up to the house. Something we couldn't do it in Palm Desert, so now that I was in Mesa, it was a different kind of porch. It was more private. There was a huge column, a big square stucco column that offered more privacy. There was a big bush that created a shadow from the streetlight, so this would occur at night, late at night. And so he wanted to drive up to the home. He wanted to get out of the car, have me come out of the house, give him oral sex, and he wanted to ejaculate on my face and then get back in his car and drive away without saying a single word.
And were you to be dressed during these interactions, or naked, or what was his fantasy?
I was dressed.
And how many times did he do this?
2 or
Objection, how many times did they do it?
2 or 3 times. I can only remember 2 specifically.
Tell us about those 2 occasions. Tell us about the first occasion.
Well, the first occasion occurred just like I described, and we talked later the next day. The second occasion, after he was done, he dropped something near me and got into his car and left. And so I picked up whatever it was he dropped and took it inside to find out what it was.
What was it?
It was Toblerone.
So he ejaculated on your face and threw you some candy?
Pretty much.
Is this hard for you to describe?
Yeah, in front of my mom and dad it is.
You mentioned that Mr. Alexander had other fantasies that he described for you. Can you tell us another one of those fantasies?
He wanted to do the mile high, which we never did. He wanted to pull off of a freeway on a remote highway somewhere and have sex on the hood of the car, which we didn't do. But he also wanted to have sex on the freeway while driving, which we did. It was the 10 or the 40. We were driving east across Texas.
Oral sex?
No, I think it was vaginal.
What other fantasies did he have?
He wanted me to wear the boys' underwear. He had a lot of anal sex fantasies. He wanted me to wear the boys' underwear and have anal sex, and he wanted to wear his, he had a lot of nice suits because he was in prepaid legal, and he had tailored shirts with his initials stitched into the cuffs, and he wanted me to perform oral sex on him in his office while he was wearing those suits.
And did you comply with that desire? of
Yes.
his?
Yeah, that one we did many times. Probably his whole wardrobe.
Now, we were talking about the boys' underwear and anal sex. Is this the boys' underwear that you received back on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Did he ever explain to you why he wanted you to wear this underwear and why he wanted to have anal sex with you when you were wearing this underwear?
He just said it was hot.
He didn't offer any other explanation at the time?
Not at that time.
Okay. You mentioned, well, let me ask you this. How did you feel about having anal sex with Travis when you were wearing this boy's Spider-Man underwear?
Well, after we began to do that more regularly, he used lubrication that time, so it wasn't painful. And I don't know, I guess there were times when I enjoyed being with him, so I was willing to do, I enjoyed making him happy, so I was willing to do things that he liked to do. And while he did those things that he liked to do, he was paying attention to me, so I got something out of it too, I guess, in that regard.
Okay. So, based on what you're telling us, are you saying that he treated you differently before, during, and after these encounters, or just before and during? You said he was paying a different amount of attention to you. Can you maybe describe for us what you mean by that?
Yes. When he was in the mood or turned on, then he was very nice and paid attention to me. Sometimes when we got together, he was very loving and romantic. Sometimes it was just animalistic. Afterward, usually when he was done for a while.
You mean done sexually or done being nice?
Done, he didn't turn mean, but done being nice, I would say.
Okay. And then would it be fair to say that when he wanted sex again, he became nice?
Always.
Once you moved back to Mesa, you were having this clandestine sexual relationship. And you weren't his girlfriend, right?
Yes, that's right.
Why was this okay with you?
I guess I was still in love with him, and I would go on dates occasionally with other people, but there was no spark there, I think because Travis had my heart, and I'm a monogamous person, so I'm sleeping with Travis, so there's not really any room in my heart or my mind or in my life. That wasn't making room for anybody else. So that's kind of just how it continued.
So was there ever any thought in your head, this isn't right, I need to stop this relationship?
There were times when it seemed very unhealthy, and I did have those thoughts.
Did you ever vocalize those thoughts to Travis?
Eventually I did, yes.
Let's talk about this time period as well, because you mentioned you were traveling with Mr. Alexander even after you moved back to Mesa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And after you moved back to Mesa in late summer 2007, where did you and Travis travel to? What were some of the destinations you went to?
Well, first we went to Las Vegas for the convention, which was in early September again. I went to the executive director banquet with him again. And after that, the weekend following Las Vegas, there was going to be another recap, but we ditched that and went with Dan and Desiree to Havasu Pie.
Okay. Where else did you go?
In October, we went to New Mexico, to Albuquerque for the balloon fiesta. We went to Santa Fe to 10,000 Wave Spa. We saw Route 66. There might have been another place. These were all places that were in the book, 1,000 Places. We began calling it the list, so we were just checking places off the list.
And that was kind of motivating your travel to these spots, is that correct?
Yes.
Before we get too far down the road to other places you traveled, I want to show you what's been marked Exhibits 434 and 431. Be so kind to take a look at these. And what you recognize Exhibit 434 to be?
That's Travis and I at the executive director banquet in March 2007.
And Exhibit 431?
That's Travis and I at the balloon fiesta in Albuquerque.
And when was that?
That would be October 2007.
I would move to admit Exhibits 431 and 434.
No objection.
431 and 434 are admitted.
Now, you just mentioned the Executive Director's Ball in 2007. Is this what we're seeing here?
Yes.
Is it hard for you to look at that picture?
Jackson Rollins.
Approach. Overruled.
Why?
Oh, it's just very sentimental. It's about happier times. When you just look back, you don't think that it would end up the way it did.
Let me show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 431. You take a look at that, please. Is that hard to look at?
Yeah.
Why?
We had a really bad fight that morning, but it turned out better, and we had a pretty good day afterward.
How long was this trip?
I think just the weekend. I don't recall specifically. It wasn't very long.
Based on the picture, one might assume that you were acting as a couple during this trip. Is that true?
Yes.
Did that end when you got back to Mesa?
Yeah, it did. Well, it depends on the time.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I was still coming over to his house. His roommate tried to warn me that he was seeing other people. So, I mean, it was...
Well, what I was asking you is if this public affection, that sort of thing ended when you got back to Mesa.
Yes, it did, unless we were in his room.
Okay. So affection was okay so long as you were in his room or on your porch where he was ejaculating on your face, right?
Well, yeah, but the latter wasn't really affection that much.
Okay. That brings up a good point. You come out on the porch, you fulfill his fantasies, he ejaculates on your face and throws some chocolate at you. How do you feel after that?
I couldn't help thinking that it was kind of like a prostitute. But I didn't. I put that out of my mind and just chalked it up to one of his little antics that he did.
Chalked it up to one of his little antics.
Yes.
Was there ever a point in time in your mind that you said, enough of these little antics, I'm done with this guy?
Maybe farther down the road, but before that, no.
Not at that point in time.
No, if anything, we increased.
The what?
If anything, we increased with those kinds of things, the antics, all that. If you can call them antics.
Well, let me ask again something I asked earlier. Had he been physically abusive with you up to this point in time, late summer of 2007?
No.
Okay.
Well, he grabbed my wrist one time, but I didn't consider it abusive, so I don't know. That's
Well, when did that occur?
at the convention in Oklahoma City in March 2007.
Describe those circumstances for us.
He and I were hanging out at the Sheraton. This was 2 nights after the drunk lady fell all over him. And so we were just hanging out with other colleagues and friends. And I had to use the restroom, so I went to the same restroom that I ran to a few nights before. It's sort of by a bar that's at the lobby. And so this is Saturday night now. And by Saturday night, a lot of people are partying. Convention's over. Everyone's going to leave Sunday. So there were a lot of people. There was a big crowd, a lot of people that were drinking and just having fun and being social. And as I was making my way back through the crowd, I heard somebody call my name. And I stopped and looked around to see who it was. And it was Abe, the guy I had gone on a date with some months earlier. And we talked briefly. And I don't remember if he had heard about what happened or if I told him about what happened, but he just was listening and he said, "You deserve better." And I said, "Thanks." I said, "It's okay," that kind of thing. So then we parted and I made my way back through the crowd, and I was leaving the crowd and I saw Travis standing at the edge of the crowd waiting for me, and I just smiled as I walked up to him and went to grab his hand, and his hand shot out and grabbed my wrist instead.
Was he angry with you?
He seemed upset, but not at first. He didn't seem incredibly angry until he started talking, and then I realized he was pretty mad.
Okay. How did he you said he grabbed your wrist. Did he grab it hard, or was he just holding it?
He grabbed it hard, but not painfully.
Did it ever become painful?
Not at that moment. He was just squeezing very tightly, but it didn't hurt.
And you said that he was not that angry at that time, but later you understood him to be more angry. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, as soon as he began to talk, I could tell he was pissed off.
And how could you tell that? Without telling us what he said, how could you tell that?
By his demeanor, his tone, his words. And
Was he yelling?
no, he was kind of speaking very sternly, sort of under his breath.
Okay. And was he unhappy with the fact that you were talking to Mr. Abdallah?
Yes, he was. Well, he wanted to know what we were talking about.
Okay. And when you learned what you were talking about, is that when you became more angry?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking about the idea that you deserve better, right?
Yes.
Okay. Moving back then to you being in Mesa and the sexual encounters, you said they were happening more frequently. Was this on a daily basis, a near daily basis?
I'd say 3 to 4 times a week.
And apart from those instances on the porch, you mentioned instances of his home. How did that work?
If it was the middle of the day and nobody was home, then there wasn't as much of a need to keep it a secret or keep it within the confines of the bedroom. But if people were home and his roommates were home, we had to be very quiet. He used to complain that his house was made a KB home and that the walls were thin and his roommates could hear every sound, so we had to be quiet.
So it was pretty obvious to you that your presence there in the home was a secret to his roommates, right? Supposed to be.
Well, maybe our activities. I parked right in the driveway.
Okay. So it wasn't your presence in the home, it was the fact that he was having sex with you that was the secret.
Yeah.
Okay. were precautions made? You mentioned daytime, sometimes this happened at night as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were there precautions made for you getting out the next morning? Did you stay the night? How did that work?
I usually stayed the night, but I left pretty early.
Was that intentional to avoid the roommates, knowing you spent the night?
Yes, because, well, usually, yes.
Okay. Did you know, well, this, I'm assuming, you know, you talked about August, this is moving all the way until, well, let me ask you this. Did this state of affairs continue throughout the fall of 2007?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of this state of affairs, at the time, did you know him to be dating any other women?
No. In fact, he specifically told me the opposite.
So you were under the impression that, one, you were engaging in this sexual activity. He wasn't dating anyone else, right?
Not exclusively. I assumed he went on dates on occasion with people from his church. Sometimes I'd go on group dates, but I definitely didn't have the impression that he was in a committed relationship with anybody.
And you've told us just a few moments ago that you didn't believe that the two of you, or at least you didn't characterize it as a committed relationship, right?
No, I didn't.
Were you dating other people?
I went on dates on occasion, but nothing that became repeated, so nothing that blossomed into any kind of relationship.
To your knowledge, did Travis know about any of these dates you had with other individuals?
He found out about one, two, actually, early on, if we're talking the same time period.
Okay. And in this time period, this late 2007 time period, these dates you went on, did he react positively or negatively to knowing that you went on these other dates?
One, he just teased me, and the other one very negatively.
You weren't in a relationship with him. What was the problem?
The one that he reacted negatively to was a guy that he hated.
Who was that?
His name is John Dixon.
So Mr. Alexander believed, or would it be your impression that Mr. Alexander believed that he had a right to tell you who you could date at this time period?
Objection being.
He just specifically didn't want me to date that guy.
Okay. And was that okay with you for Mr. Alexander to dictate whom you dated?
Objection in this case, the evidence, she never indicated that he dictated, just that he didn't want her to date the guy.
Rephrase your question.
Okay, so you go out on a date, you're not his girlfriend. You go out on a date with somebody named John Dixon, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Alexander doesn't like Mr. Dixon, right?
Yes.
So because of that, you're not supposed to date John Dixon because Travis doesn't like him?
Not date him and not even be his friend.
Because Travis says so, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So you could date who you wanted unless Travis told you no, right?
Yeah, it seemed that way.
And all the time when he's having sex with you behind closed doors or on your porch, right?
Objection, foundation as to when he's having this sex and foundation as to when he dated John Dixon. It'd be different
Same time
time.
period, Judge.
No, he can't testify. She can, not him.
Sustained.
Fall of 2007. He comes over, he ejaculates on your face, throws candy at you, has you having sex behind closed doors, and you're not in a committed relationship, right? The fall of 2007, that's what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the same time period you dared to defy Mr. Alexander and go out on a date with John Dixon, right?
Objection, this is the testimony. She didn't say that she defied him. He was just upset about it. The characterization is what's objectionable.
Sustained, rephrase.
When did you go out with John Dixon?
It was actually right before the fall, late August, I think the very last weekend in August.
So Mr. Alexander expressed his anger in the fall of 2007 about you going on a date with Mr. Dixon, right?
Yes, he found out the morning we were leaving for Havasu Pie.
Okay. But it didn't stop him from having sex with you, right?
No.
Ejaculating on your face didn't stop him from doing that, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
No, it didn't stop him from that.
And it didn't stop him from going to Havasu Pie with you, right?
No.
Did it stop you from dating John Dixon again?
Yes.
Did it stop you from really dating anyone else again?
I went on a couple more dates during that time and on through the next year.
Okay. Did you tell Travis about those, or did you try to keep those a secret?
No, I learned to stop telling him anything about my social life regarding that. I didn't tell him about John. He found out.
Okay. I have to ask again, with this state of affairs, why not cut the proverbial cord? Why not break up with this guy who's telling you you can date him, you can't date him? Why not put an end to it?
Well, I mean, right now we're kind of focusing on the negative things. There were things he did that made me feel like $1 million. Very
Describe
special.
those things for us.
It was less what he did and just more how he treated me at times. He would say little things that were sentimental and had meaning between us. He got me little gifts, nothing expensive, but it was more the thought and just the gestures that he did. And he still would allude to the fact that he wanted to marry me, even though I don't know that he was very serious.
Kept telling you things you wanted to hear?
Yeah, he did.
I promise you. Oh, come on, Jodi. Come on. Maybe I'll marry you someday, right?
No, it wasn't quite like that.
How was it?
If I did something that he liked or that pleased him in some kind of way, like something I said or something I did, he would just look at me kind of with this enigmatic smile and say, "Marry me." And it wasn't like an actual proposal, but it was kind of a joke, but I took it as a compliment.
Why would you take that as a compliment?
Because he only said those things when I did something that would merit me being a good wife, potentially.
I'm sorry, the last part you said?
Being a good wife. Like, if I did something that might be in line with that, I took it as a compliment because that was my goal at the time. And that's what I wanted to become.
Okay. Did you want to become his wife? Travis's wife?
That was my desire for a while until probably after Havasu Pie.
Okay. What changed after Havasupai Pie that made you decide, I don't want to marry this guy?
My feelings for him didn't necessarily change, but in my mind, we had such a bad fight that morning. He said some very ugly things to me that it was a boundary we had never crossed before. And I couldn't imagine marrying somebody that had said those things to me, or raising children with a man who their father had said those things to their mother, kind of thing. That's how I imagined it.
What kind of things are we talking about?
He said,
Objection, hearsay.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, the effect on the listener.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the afternoon recess. Please be back in the designated area at 3:15. Please remember the admonition. Please stand for the third.
You may be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. You may step down, Ms. Arias. Counsel, please approach. Council, please approach. The jury.
Please stand for the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury.
Defendant and all counsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Jodi, before the break, we were talking about an argument that you had with Mr. Alexander before the Havasupai trip, and when he had learned that you went out on a date with John Dixon, right?
Yes.
Okay. The argument you had with him, where did that take place?
I believe it started downstairs over the backpack. That's kind of what started it. And I took the backpack upstairs into his bathroom to look for my toothbrush. Everything had been repacked, so I didn't know what was what. And I just woke up, wanted to brush my teeth before we hit the road. And he came into the bathroom, and the argument escalated in the bathroom.
Okay. This was the argument that Mr. Freeman testified was all about makeup and personal care products, right?
Yes, but it wasn't makeup.
Okay. What sort of things, you said that Travis said things to you up in that bathroom that made you realize that that wasn't the type of person that you wanted to marry, right? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. What things did he say to you that made you feel that way?
It was only one thing specifically. As our argument escalated and got more and more, by this point I was brushing my teeth. I'd found my toothpaste and toothbrush, and I was crying. He had found out about my date because I wrote it in my journal, regrettably, and when he repacked it, he read it. And I was incredibly detailed, but it talked about the time I'm sorry, I got distracted.
An argument, and then she wants to tell us about a journal and that sort of thing.
Judge, enough.
She's just not being responsive, so objection, beyond the scope of the question, non-responsive.
Restate your question.
Sure, Jody. What did Travis say to you that made you realize he didn't want to marry? What specifically?
He said, "Fuck you."
What else? Say anything else?
Well, he said a lot of things about John. He was calling him John Dickhead instead of John Dixon. That was his nickname for him for the last year. And after he said F you, he turned on his heels and left the bathroom.
Why'd you still decide to go to have a soup pie with him?
Well, there was a lot of crying and that kind of thing. Dan came in the bathroom. I didn't realize he was in there. I was blowing my nose and crying and was embarrassed to be arguing in front of him. So Dan kind of was like, Dan and Desiree were kind of like the glue. They sort of said, you know, hey, let's just calm down. Let's try to get along. Let's try to get on this trip. I wanted to go on the trip, but I contemplated just going home because it was really bad. And
It was really, what was that?
it was really bad between us. I was mortified. Like, we had never argued to this extent, and much less in front of somebody else. So I was very embarrassed, and I felt very ashamed. And so I stayed in the bathroom for a little while trying to calm myself down, and then I don't remember how it all came together, but eventually we all were in the garage in the car, and we were beginning to drive off.
So the plan was to suck it up, so to speak, and go to have a soup pie anyway, right?
Objection is characterized as testimony leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes.
And it sounds like during this trip, you two were acting like boyfriend and girlfriend again, right?
During some parts, we were kind of, well, I felt like my feelings were hurt, so I wasn't very responsive to him at that time. I wasn't ignoring him, I wasn't being rude or anything, but I just felt like an emotional chasm between us.
Okay. And this trip was when again?
It would be probably the second weekend in September.
Okay. Let's move back then towards the late part of 2007. We were talking about how the usual course of conduct was late night rendezvous, be they on your porch, be they in his bedroom, right? And that happened, you said, about 3 to 4 times a week, right?
Objection has been answered.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And at this point in time, and now we're talking late 2007, has he been physically abusive with you? Other than the one incident you told us about?
Late 2007? There
Yeah.
was a point in October, late October, where he pushed me down on the ground in his bedroom, but I landed on my knees. I didn't fall over or anything.
You say he pushed you down on the ground in his bedroom or your bedroom?
His bedroom.
Not that there'd be any excuse for it, but what did you understand his motivation to be?
Objection argument is characterizing it. Not that there would be any excuse for it.
Sustained.
What was his reason for pushing you over?
We were arguing.
Especially hearsay, she's going to tell us what he said.
No.
Overruled.
We were arguing, and I got up to leave, and he wasn't done making his point, and he wanted to stay, and he wanted me to stay so I guess he could finish yelling at me.
You guess he was what? I didn't understand the last part.
He wanted me to, I got up to leave his bedroom, and he blocked the door and took my arms and shoved me down, and I landed on my knees, and he said, "You're not going." Okay.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted in excited utterance.
Approach.
Overruled.
What did Mr. Alexander say when he pushed you down?
He said no like 5 times fast, like, no, 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 no. You're not going anywhere.
You weren't allowed to leave, right?
Objection, B.
Sustained.
Were you allowed to leave?
I didn't push the issue at that point. I tried to leave one more time and he stopped me again. And then on the 3rd time I tried to leave, he didn't stop me.
Okay. The second time you tried to leave, you said he stopped you. Did he grab you and throw you down again?
No, he just put his hands on my shoulders.
Okay. Forcefully?
Yes.
Call you names?
Yes.
Like what?
That was such an awful fight. I don't remember all the names he called. I just remember one thing that really sticks out is he was insulting my family.
Again, he was asked if she was called any names. Now we're talking about the family.
Okay, well, let's ask this. How was he insulting your family? Was he calling them names?
Yes.
What was he saying about your family?
He was saying that my brother was a faggot because his name is Carl.
What else?
I told him that he was named after my grandfather, and he said, "Your grandfather must be a faggot too, then." That's just something I remember specifically that bothered me. It's not that, I mean, I wouldn't care if they're gay, but that's Travis's way of issuing a deep insult to him. That's insulting.
Did he say anything about your other family members?
Not
Did you
in,
recall?
not in that specific argument.
Okay. Now, this specific argument where he grabs you, throws you down, restrains you a second time when you get to leave, what was the thing that was so important that Travis wanted to do? Insult your family, or was there something else?
He just kept ranting and raving and yelling.
You don't remember about what?
Honestly, my brain sort of went on freeze, and I don't remember a lot of what he was saying. He was just yelling.
Okay. Why wasn't this day, the day he throws you down, the day he grabs you, the day he won't let you leave the room, the day he insults what he believes are insults to your family, why wasn't that the last day you saw Travis? Last day.
Well, it was going to be because when I was leaving the stairs, or going downstairs, he followed me all the way out to my car, just saying one mean thing after another, and then his tone changed to something very friendly, but it was like artificial friendly, and he said, "I have a great idea." And he said, "How about you move to Antarctica and never call me again?" And I said, "Minus Antarctica, sure." And I was getting into the car, and after my leg got into the car, he slammed the door hard, and I started to drive away. So I thought we were not going to talk at that point. It was a very low point for me. Throughout the fall, I had been feeling suicidal, so I thought that that was kind of the point where I decided I wanted to go through with that. So I called my friend Matt because he had guns, and I was gonna ask him if I could borrow one because I wanted to kill myself. And he could tell, I don't know, he called a suicide hotline and had me call them, and he called my dad or my parents. And as I was on the phone with Matt, Travis began calling again as I was driving back home. And I wanted to answer because Travis always apologized after he had been very mean, and I thought maybe this is his apology. But sometimes took a while to calm down, so it could just be more of the same, of his anger. So I hung up anyway with Matt, and I answered the phone, and Travis was very sweet and very calm, and he was telling me to come back and that he was too harsh on me and he felt bad and I needed to help him make his bed. I had been there doing laundry and cleaning the house when that fight started, so I hadn't finished making the bed and all the sheets were out of the dryer.
So he wanted you to get back to your duties as a maid, right?
Objection meeting, she just said that.
Is that right?
The implication was more, come help me make my bed so we can make up.
Make up meaning have sex?
Yes.
Did he request this French maid outfit again?
No.
So he makes this call, you begin to feel better. You go back over to his house?
Yes, I'm telling him no, but at the same time I'm turning around in the turnabout that's in my neighborhood.
What's that?
I'm saying no at the same time that I'm actually doing it anyway. I'm going through the turnabout on the way to my house, but instead I go all the way through it and turn around.
Why'd you turn around, Jodi?
He was being the nice person that I was, I guess, craving. Like, I had felt like a writhing ant under a magnifying glass for the last 3 hours. It was a long fight, and now he had relented, and he was being nice, and he was implying that his feelings would be hurt if I didn't come over. He was saying it very sweet, almost baby talk, but not quite. And so I came back to his house.
Did you have a sexual interaction with him after you came back to his house to make up?
Yes, we made the bed, and then, yes.
And then yes, what?
We had anal sex that night, but it was kind of loving. I mean, he said, I love you, and he whispered those things in my ear while he was doing that, and yeah.
I want to ask, there was an incident talked about earlier where you walked into Travis's house and Lisa Andrews was there. Do you remember hearing about that during this
Yes.
trial? Okay. Was that around this same time period when all these things were going on?
Yes, it was right before or after we were in New Mexico.
Okay. So you get back from this trip in New Mexico, Exhibit 431. You're acting as a happy couple in New Mexico. How is it that you came to Travis's house the evening that Lisa Andrews saw you there?
Well, this might have been before New Mexico, but it was all around the same time. I had been hired at P.F. Chang's in the summer, and his roommate, John Hepworth, was always talking about how much he liked the honey chicken on their menu. It was his favorite dish, and so one night, it was a Monday night, which would be family home evening in the church. I worked though, For short, it's called FHE. And I got off work early because it was Monday night and it was slow. And there was an extra honey chicken that was getting thrown away, so the chef said I could have it. So it was still fresh. It was in a to-go container. I put it into a to-go container. And I had taken food home before, and I usually offer to split it with my roommates. They never really wanted it. It was still early, so I knew, or I assumed, Travis was at church, and so I wasn't going to call him. But I called John, because he lives close by, and I said, do you want half of this honey chicken? And he said yes, because he liked it. And so I was going to go over there, split it with him, and then go back home. Because if you put it in the fridge, it gets real soggy. It's breaded and glazed. And so I headed over. Well, he said Travis wasn't home. I asked him. I said, is Travis home yet? He said no. So I started driving over to his house, and I pulled into the driveway in the same place where I always go. And I always came and went in his house without knocking. It was just something I did, and a lot of friends always did. And so I walked into the house with the container of honey chicken in my hands, and I'm walking down. It's kind of a walkway with tile. There's a living room here, and as I was coming toward the kitchen, which is just beyond that, there's a wall just beyond that. I was going to round the kitchen to get a plate for John. John was on the couch over here watching TV, and I came around the kitchen, and Travis was standing there with another girl. I didn't see who the girl was because I just saw hair, and he was standing in front of her. So I was mortified. I was like, oh my gosh. So I immediately turned and walked right back out, straight out the front door, and I got in my car and I left, and I was really embarrassed because I thought he wasn't home. And I started driving. I drove west down Elliott, and then I turned north on Signal Butte, and right as I turned north on Signal Butte, there was a car that came right up behind me with their high beams on, and they were right up on the tail end of my car.
And who was in that car?
Well, I didn't know at first. I thought it was somebody that had to go somewhere fast. So I was coming up on an LDS chapel that was on the left side of the street, and then across from the street from that was a turnout. So I assumed I'm just going to drive a few more yards and then pull over in this turnout. But this car pulled over the double yellow line and sped up, and so I thought, wow, they're really in a hurry. And then pulled in front of me and braked really hard, and I almost hit the car. And then that's when my headlights hit the paint, and I could see it was purple, and it was BMW. It was Travis's car. So he pulled then into the turnabout, and I assumed he wanted me to pull over because of that, so I pulled in behind him.
Okay. Did he offer explanation for what you had just walked in on?
After I asked, yeah.
During that discussion, did he admit to you that he was dating Lisa Andrews?
No, he didn't say who it was. I didn't see who it was. He just said a girl from his ward was there, and she wanted to see his house, and he was just giving her a tour.
Did he invite you back to the home?
Not at that point, but he gave me a hug, and he squeezed my butt and said, "You're coming over later tonight, right?" Kind of like that.
And what did that mean to you? What were you coming over there later that evening for?
To hang out, sex, pretty much.
After he was done with this date with Lisa Andrews, you were to come over to have sex with him. Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah.
Now, late 2007, you talk about how this relationship is going on and on and on. Are you still living in Mason early 2008?
Yes.
Are you having sexual intercourse with Mr. Alexander in 2008, early 2008?
Yes. Well, yes, not vaginal.
Okay.
So much.
Not vaginal intercourse.
No.
Was that, you'd had it before, was there a reason you weren't having it at that time?
Yes. Well, the first time I was asleep. The second time was in August 2007. That was consensual. And I knew we had gone all the way, so obviously that was pretty black and white that was not okay. So I confided in Rachel I didn't want to tell her that we went all the way, but I said I think Travis and I might have gone too far, even though I knew we'd gone too far. I wanted to get her advice. And she asked me how far we'd gone, so I thought oral sex was okay, so I threw that out there. I was like, well, we've had oral sex. And her jaw dropped almost to the floor, and she freaked out and said, you have to go to your bishop right now, and I didn't know that. And she said, Travis has to go too. You need to do it right away, get right back on the right track, and go tell him right now, and wear your seatbelt. You know, the implication being you don't want to get in a car accident and die before you repent. It was that serious to her, and so I didn't know that. So I got in the car and called Travis and went over there and tried.
So to make a long story short here, you didn't want to have vaginal sex because of the vow of chastity or the law of chastity, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything happen in January of 2008 that changed your relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
What happened?
Objection, if we could have the foundation, if we could have the date and the time.
I'm asking what happened in January 2008. She can explain.
Council approach. You may continue.
Ms. Arias, this event that happened in January 2008, before we go into the particulars of it, do you remember where it occurred?
Yes.
Where?
In his bedroom.
Do you remember the date that it occurred?
It was on a Monday, and it was late January 2008.
Okay.
I think it was around the 21st.
Okay. What did you see on the 21st or late January of 2008? Or I should say this. What happened on the 21st of January 2008 that changed the course of your relationship with Travis?
Objection, lack of foundation, if we could have a time, morning, noon, afternoon.
She can explain the story, Judge.
All right, overruled.
I got off work. I was working at Mimi's Cafe at that point in Mesa. I got off work and came over to his house and helped him. He was loading boxes into the attic. He was just rearranging stuff, he said. So I was helping him. I was just handing them up to him. And we were hanging out for a while. He disappeared in the attic for a minute, so I was waiting for him. And then he kind of popped out and said boo and scared me and laughed about that. And then he came down the ladder and he handed me a little porcelain, it was a white porcelain angel that he had. And he handed it to me and called me an angel and gave it to me, and I thought that was sweet. And so I went and put it next to my purse, which was on the dresser in his bedroom. And we hung out a little bit longer downstairs in his office, and then I was leaving. So I ran upstairs, got my purse, shut the bedroom door after I'd already said goodbye to him, and I left. And then as I was driving back home, I realized I left the porcelain angel there. And Travis I knew he would, just knowing him, he would call me and make me feel guilty about it, or in a joking way, but in a way that I wouldn't live it down for a while.
So what did you do?
So I thought of getting it later, but because of that pattern, I turned around to go get it. And I called him real quick on his cell phone, he didn't answer. Called him real quick on his house phone, he didn't answer. I hadn't been gone 10 minutes, so I didn't think it was a big deal. I just went back there, I walked in and I ran upstairs, and I went into his bedroom to grab it.
And what did you see when you got there?
I walked in and Travis was on the bed masturbating, and I got really embarrassed. Even though we'd been intimate like more times than I could count, it was just kind of awkward walking in on him like that. And I was headed toward the dresser, but then I stopped and I was trying to think of something funny or witty to say, like, do you still need my help or something? And he started grabbing at something on the bed, and I realized they were papers. And as he was grabbing the papers, one kind of went sailing off the bed, and it fell in that chaotic pattern that paper falls, and it landed face up near my feet, and it was a photograph.
What was in the photograph? What was the photograph of?
It was a picture of a little boy.
Could you guess how old first the little boy was?
Oh, 5-ish, 5, 6. I'm not a good judge of age.
Did you recognize the little boy?
No.
Was the little boy dressed?
He was dressed in underwear, like briefs.
After you saw this, what did you do next?
I was frozen there for a minute. Well, maybe not a whole minute, but I didn't know how to react. It kind of seemed like one of those dreams where something is really off, but you just can't figure it out. And so I left the angel there on the dresser, and I turned to bolt, and he called my name, and I just ran. I didn't stay, and I got in my car and started driving home again. Sorry.
Did you say he called you a name or he called your name?
He called my name.
Okay.
He said, wait. I called my name.
So I'm sorry, you were driving away from his home. How did you feel about what you saw?
I felt nauseated. I drove all the way home, and I was trying to drive fast enough to get to, well, I was trying not to pull over to throw up. I got home, and I was hitting the garage door opener about half a block away so that it would be open, and I pulled right into the garage and ran inside and threw up in the bathroom.
Did you speak? Did Travis make further attempts to call you after you saw what you saw?
Yes.
How soon?
After I cleaned myself up, I went back out to my car to get my purse and my phone, and I saw that there were some missed calls from him. Like 4, maybe 3 or 4.
Why wasn't this moment in time, why wasn't this the end of your relationship with him?
Well, I wasn't even thinking anything along those lines at that time. I was confused, and I was crying, and I didn't really know what to make of all that. So I went for a drive. Before, when I didn't answer the phone, and when he called repeatedly, he would come over to the house because I didn't live far, and I didn't want to be at the house when he came over. I wasn't sure how to talk to him or what to say. So I left, and I drove around for a while in Mesa, and then I ended up at the Temple Visitor Center, and I hung out in there for a little while. And I just was collecting my thoughts and not really meditating, but just trying to figure out what to do next and how to handle that.
Did you get, or did you come to a decision as far as what to do next?
Um, well, I wanted to, couldn't imagine like never talking to him again.
Why not?
That would just be, if we never spoke again after that point, I would feel unsettled, and I don't know. I wanted to let him explain at least. I went out and checked my phone again. My phone was turned off in the visitor center. So I went out and checked my voicemail, and there was that frantic voicemail from him finally, and there were more missed calls. And he said, just come over and talk to me, and that kind of thing. And so there was something.
Well, again, Jodi, let me address the question. And perhaps it's difficult, but why would it be, you just, from what you told us, you saw him masturbating to the image of a child. Why would it have been a problem for you? Why could you imagine not having any more contact with him after that point in time?
When I was thinking in the temple, I've heard in the past that usually people who have problems like that were hurt when they were children, and I kept thinking, what if he was hurt when he was a kid? And it made me angry to think of him as a kid and somebody violating him, and just really made me mad. And so I tried to mitigate it in my head in that way, and I wanted to talk to him and find out what was wrong with, what was going on with him. So,
Did you return his phone calls, or what happened next?
I called him back finally after a while, and we agreed to meet up. We were going to swap cars for a family home evening, and
What, you were going to swap cars for family home evening, right?
Yes.
So what you told us?
yes,
So he could have your car, or you could have his?
both. At the time I was driving his car, but he didn't want to drive my car to church with people. He wanted to take his own car.
Okay. So he was the one going to family home evening, right?
Yes,
Okay. Same day he got caught masturbating to images of children, he was going to family home evening, right?
yes,
Okay. So you return to his home, and you're going to trade cars. Did you just get your car and get out of there?
we never hooked up before family home meeting. I had a migraine and I needed to just sleep, and I don't know, I woke up later in the evening and I went over to his house later that night.
Okay. You go to his house later that night. Do you talk with him?
Yes,
Do you ask him about what you saw?
I didn't really have to ask him, I just was silent and let him do the talking mostly.
What did he say?
Objection, hearsay.
Can we approach, Judge?
You may.
conversation you were having or had with Mr. Alexander after you viewed his masturbating to an image of a young child. What was the subject matter of the conversation?
Mostly about, he was explaining to me.
Without telling us what he said, what was he explaining to you?
Objection, hearsay, because if she's explaining, then she's telling us what he said. She can talk about what the subject matter was and the effect, which is what we discussed.
Thanks.
After that conversation, did you come away with the understanding that Mr. Alexander had a sexual interest in children?
Yes.
Did you come away with the understanding that it was boys and girls, or was it just one or the other?
Objection, hearsay, never getting into the substance, but they're just prefacing it by saying, is it your understanding?
Rephrase.
Did you believe him to have an interest in young boys?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did you believe him to have an interest in young girls?
I already knew he was interested in young girls, but they were like sexually mature girls, but minors.
Okay. We'll talk about that in a minute, but I want to finish this conversation. Did he express, or did you come away with the understanding that you could help him with this problem?
That's the impression he gave me.
And what was your understanding of how you were to help him with this problem?
He preferred sex with women.
He what?
He preferred sex with women.
Why?
Made him feel normal, more normal.
In this conversation, was there any discussion about why he wanted you to wear the boys' Spider-Man underwear?
That was the reason for it, apparently. That's what he had told me.
The reason being, if I understand you correctly, that he liked pretending that you were a young boy.
I didn't ask him what he was visualizing, but that's,
Objection, then. It's speculation.
That was your understanding of why he was doing it after the conversation, right?
yes.
Was this the last time you ever spoke with Travis Alexander?
No.
Did you leave right away after this discussion?
No.
Did you submit to a sexual interaction with Mr. Alexander after this discussion?
Yes.
And what sort of interaction was that?
It was sex. It was anal sex.
Why, Jodi, were you willing to submit yourself to sexual interaction with Mr. Alexander, having seen and having heard everything you saw and heard that day?
It's hard to describe because it's very embarrassing, but he seemed very ashamed with himself, and like he didn't want to be that way. It was something he struggled with, and that's not who he wanted to be. It's not who he wanted to be in the future, and he was trying to deal with it. And when he had sex with women, he felt like a normal heterosexual man, and that's what he wanted to be, and that's what he said he was, and that's what I believed him to be. And so when he had sex with women, he felt more normal, and it was preferable to his other deviant urges, I guess you could say.
So were you doing this to help him?
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, I still loved him.
Did you ever do anything else to try to help him?
Yes.
What was that?
Before I moved back to California, I gave him a pamphlet that I found. There was a stack of them that I found in a mall. And I picked up a few of them because it was about mental health services. I don't remember what the name of it was. It had an 800 number, and it also had a 602 number. And might have had other phone numbers and a website. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it looked like they were services that were complimentary, or maybe not free, but cheap or affordable or something to that effect. I thought maybe he could just talk to some people. I thought it was confidential, and somebody he could talk to that would be able to counsel him, or that had a degree in psychology or some kind of certification in mental health counseling.
Okay. So was this in January 2008 that you found this brochure?
No, it was closer to, it was somewhere in mid to late March. It was before I moved.
Okay. How did he react when you gave him this brochure or pamphlet?
He was upset. It led to an argument. We argued about several subjects that day.
When you say argument, was this verbal or was this physical?
It started off verbal, and then it became physical.
Now, you mentioned him grabbing your wrists at conference. And now we're talking about this incident in March of 2008. Had he been physically abusive with you before March of 2008?
This incident was in April, and yes, he was physically abusive before that.
Okay. Let's talk about that then. This, after he grabbed you at the convention, when was the next time that he was physical with you?
It would have been that argument the night that I got up to leave twice, or 3 times ultimately.
When he wouldn't let you leave the room, when he threw you down?
He pushed me down.
Okay. Was this incident in April then, when you gave him the pamphlet? Would this be the 3rd instance of abuse, physical abuse?
The pamphlet came later. The 3rd incident came the day after I walked in on him.
Okay. The day after you walked in on him, you mentioned that you had sex that night. Did you leave that night?
Yes.
Okay. How did you come to, well, where did you see Mr. Alexander the next day?
I was getting ready to leave for California, and before I left, I wanted to see if he was okay. I figured if that were me, I'd want to go jump off a bridge. So I wanted to make sure that he was okay.
And you said before you leave to California, where were you going?
I think I was going, San Diego might have been a few weeks later. I was either going there or I was going back to Palm Desert. My neighbor still had some things of mine in her garage that I
Okay.
hadn't collected yet.
So what happened when you went over to check on Travis, I guess on the 22nd of January?
What happened when I went over there?
Yeah.
I went over there just to see how he was doing. We were talking in his bedroom, and he told me he needed to borrow, I think it was $200. But I didn't have it. I had just lent him $6.99 and like a few days prior, and I had just enough money to get to pay for the gas on my trip, maybe some food, and get back. All my credit cards at that point were shot from my house, so I didn't have anything else to draw from except my checking account. So I told him, I guess I didn't really snap at him because he had reacted very badly in the past when I snapped at him. So, but I did say, I said, I just lent you $700. Oh, he called me selfish because I told him I didn't have it and that I was going to California. And that if I couldn't afford to lend him a few $100s, then maybe I shouldn't go to California. Maybe I should stay and pick up more shifts because that's not a lot of money. And if I don't have it, then that's a problem. A reflection on my own personal finances. So I thought, how can you call me selfish? I just lent you $700. And when I said that, he got angry and he crossed the room and he started shaking me and he said, I'm fucking sick of you. And he was screaming it real loud and some of his spit got in my face. And I mean, he wasn't spitting on me, but as he was talking. And he body slammed me on the floor at the foot of his bed.
What did he do after he slammed you on the floor at the foot of his bed?
Well, it startled me. It didn't hurt, but it startled me. And so I kind of let out an unexpected sound. I guess it could be best described as a yelp, sort of. Can't really explain it. It just was unexpected. So it startled me, and then the impact and the sound came out. And I think he misinterpreted because he said, don't act like that hurts. He called me a bitch, and he kicked me in the ribs. And that hurt for real. But he went to kick me again, and I put my hand out and to block his foot, and it clipped my hand and hit my finger.
And he said, hit your finger?
Yes, my left hand.
Okay. So he kicks you once in the ribs, and he goes to kick you in the ribs again, and you try to stop him with your hand, and he kicks your finger, right?
Yes, on the second kick.
What happened after that second kick?
I screamed really loud. I think I yelled out my finger or my hand or something to that effect.
And what happened after you yelled that out?
He stormed out of the room and left, went downstairs.
And what did you do?
I rolled over and sat up and stood up and was holding my wrist. My finger was starting to swell up. I couldn't hear Travis. I didn't know what was going on. He was left very angry. I was in the room. The bedroom door was open. I kind of peeked around the bedroom door on the landing and looked down the stairs. Couldn't see anything. And then the doorbell rang. And so I was listening at the top of the stairs to see who it was. I don't know who it was, but whoever it was, he sent away. And so the front door shut, and then I heard him walking back on the tile. And then I leaned my head back in, and I could hear him climb the stairs, and my anxiety shot through the roof. I didn't know what kind of mood he was in or how he was going to react or what he was intending to do. And he came in, and he seemed visibly more calm, and he could see that I was holding my wrist, and he wanted to see my hand.
Was he yelling at you? Was he assaultive with you after he came back to the room?
No.
What was his demeanor like?
He was calmer, but when he first asked to see my hand, I kind of pulled back a little just as a reaction. And then he said, "Let me see it," but he said it kind of in a snappy, stern way. So I didn't want to provoke him anymore, so I just let him look at my hand.
And you say your hand, was there a particular part of your hand that was injured?
Yes, the ring finger on my left hand.
The which finger?
The ring finger?
Okay. Did you seek medical attention for this injury?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I didn't have medical insurance, for one. Two, I was worried that like maybe the police would get involved if I went down there, or if I mean, I guess I could have made up a story, but Travis made a splint for my finger at his house, and I just stayed with that. It was swell. We put ice on it, and he had like 2 or 3 little popsicle sticks that he broke so that they were the length of my finger, and he tied it onto my finger.
I think it also has to be, as you talked about, why you didn't get medical attention. Why didn't you call the police?
I would have never called the police on Travis.
Why not?
I couldn't imagine doing something like that.
Why not?
It would have felt like treachery. I wouldn't have betrayed him. I was loyal to him.
You just mentioned the word loyalty. Given all that you went through, what did you have to be loyal to?
Well, I looked at him as someone who had his own issues that he was struggling with, and I didn't see him as a bad person. I just saw him as somebody who was conflicted and had issues, just like everyone has issues. He just had different issues, and I wanted him to get help. That was one of the conditions we had made the day before. Of course, he didn't want me to say anything, and I promised him I wouldn't say anything as long as you get help, of course, and he said he would. And so I just couldn't imagine doing anything to betray him.
The splint you put on your finger. Let me ask you this. Was the finger broken, as best you could tell?
I believe it was broken.
Do you still, is that injury still visible on you today?
I think so. It's crooked.
Could you hold up your hand for us so we can see your finger? Hold it up, Jodi, if you can. What do you think about when you see that injury on your hand?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
How do you feel when you see that injury on your hand?
Objection relevance.
Goes to state of mind and battered women's syndrome, Judge.
Right.
You may proceed.
Jodi, hold that finger up for us again, would you? Would you take a look at it?
Would
Take a
I?
look at your finger.
Yeah.
When you see that, what does that remind you of?
It reminds me of the incident. I try not to think about it,
Try not to think about who.
about the incident,
Okay. Why not?
because it's unpleasant.
You scared when you think about that day?
I don't go too far in my mind with it because it's not very pleasant. It's a very negative experience, and I wish I'd handled it differently.
What do you mean by that? Wish you handled it differently?
Sometimes I regret not making a record of these things, and sometimes I regret not getting medical help because at least it would have healed correctly. And maybe not, it feels arthritic as opposed to any of my other joints.
But it's, you didn't want Travis to get in trouble, right?
Objection, meeting.
Is it correct that you didn't want Travis to get in trouble? That's how you felt?
Objection, meeting.
I definitely didn't want him to get in trouble, and I didn't want anyone to know that that happened between us.
Didn't want anyone to know that. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Because you were embarrassed that he beat you up, right?
Objection, meeting. Now he's introducing embarrassment.
Stay.
Were you embarrassed that he beat you up?
I was more like ashamed.
Ashamed. You felt shame, right?
Objection, meeting. She said she did.
Rephrase.
The shame you felt was part of the reason that you didn't want anyone else to know, right?
Objection, meeting.
Sustained.
Were you thrilled and happy that Travis beat you up?
No,
Did you want to shout it from the rooftops?
definitely not.
Why not?
I just felt, I guess embarrassment is an accurate word, but I just felt it was stronger than embarrassment. I felt very ashamed, and I didn't want people to know that we had this kind of drama in our relationship, or this level of problems. And I also felt like I used to judge women that would get into situations like that.
No, please.
It's completely irrelevant to why she didn't tell.
I used to think that women that were in situations like that, that it was partially, if not equally, their fault because they kept staying there. And so I went home and I thought, I was disgusted with myself. I felt like, great, now I'm one of those people. Like I was thinking that I got into this situation and here I am just staying, and that I had become that thing that I used to judge.
You realized at this point in time you were one of those people. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the jury room by 10:25 tomorrow morning. We will start promptly at 10:30. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused.
You may step down.
Because I only have 34, 345.